dear guests, dear colleagues in our international conference dedicated to the 10th anniversary of the initiative for collaboration between China and the countries from Central and Eastern Europe in the field of agriculture. It is a pleasure to me to moderate this first session of our conference focused on economic development and cooperation between our countries. Agriculture is at the heart of human civilization, despite the fact that it belongs to the so-called low technology or traditional sectors. Actually, nowadays agriculture is an application field for many modern technologies. We are living in very interesting times, and actually now and here during this conference, different good practices and future opportunities will be shared in this field. In terms of organization of our work, I would like to say that every one of participants will have about 10 minutes to present a short presentation, and after all presentations, I hope that we will have the chance and some time to ask questions and discuss these topics that will be presented and the results of the provided scientific research. For me, it's a pleasure to give the floor to Deslava Alexova, Dr. Deslava Alexova, together with Professor Krsteva from International Business School. They have a very interesting research in the field of rural tourism. Actually, this is one of the directions for developing rural areas and to support in this way and the development of the sector of agriculture. Deslava, the floor is yours. You can stay here, whatever, or here, whatever is useful for you.
Okay. I think it's okay. So I will present our survey. Just a little introduction. The purpose is to investigate the function of marketing concept for rural tourism, the situation in Bulgaria. We have researches of tourist supply and tourist demand, just what is the situation, and also comparing with the practices in China. We have a literature review and theoretical part. And the next part of our survey is connected to case studies in 3 municipalities in Bulgaria. Just a little bit for the rural tourism in Bulgaria. What is the situation? It is something like a stay in a rural environment, but with a lot of activities. They should be connected with the crafts or with adventure activities and other outdoor sports activities, or connected to different crafts. Different festivals connected to the crafts are very popular in Bulgaria. It is something like additional value to the rural tourism product. In China, the beginning of 2016, the Central Development clearly put forward the development of a strategy of internet plus modern agriculture. So we just research marketing strategies for the rural tourism in Bulgaria, and trying to compare it because I have only 10 minutes. Just you can see the main points of our analysis of tourism supply and tourism demand in Bulgaria. Just it is connected with the hospitality of the people, the authentic atmosphere, connected to the cultural heritage, and conserve natural resources in the rural areas, and the expectation of the tourist to take part in different activities. Some good examples from different regions from Bulgaria. First of the areas is Botevgrad municipality. It is close to Sofia in northern direction. It is an industrial municipality, but there are little villages near to the mountain, and possibility from its location to different rural and also adventural activities like adventural decathlon. You can see the first pictures, and excuse me, I just forget to change the slides for tourism supply and demand, I said. And now Botevgrad, this is adventure decathlon with different activities, a lot of adrenaline, and different sports. Also Botevgrad downhill, connected rural and value tourism. And another activities connected with the crafts at that type of creative tourism, just trying of the tourists to do different things. The other example, it is in Chiprovci municipality, which is in western part of Bulgaria, and the craft of carpentry is included in UNESCO heritage. So it is very popular, and we realized one transborder project, the carpet tail, connected to the different tourist products connected with the carpets and creative forms of tourism, and also just a brand of the destination with well-known, you can see tourist logo of the destination. Also another tourist brand, municipality of Radomir, which is in southwestern part of Sofia. And here we have not just the different activities connected to alternative forms of tourism in rural areas, but we have also a regional certification for quality, which is the first one in Bulgaria. It is created from a little scientific team. I was the project manager of this thing, and we have three types of certificate. For tourist sites, guest houses, farms, and another types of accommodation, and also different tourist attraction. Also cultural community centers in Bulgarian, Chitalište, which is typical for Bulgaria, with different cultural activities, and certification for local products, which are typical for the region, and everyone who come to this destination can taste it and can buy from that ones. Also tourist routes, which have interpretation with the natural and cultural heritage. You can see some of the guest houses and other tourist sites which have certification, heritage guest house with a lot of activities for families with children in typical interior of the guest house. Bil Buza. Buza is typical non-alcoholic drink in Bulgaria. We have tradition and Radomir. This is guest house, Bil Buza. This is the man who produced it, the only one in the region, and it is typically from the capital of the Buza, Radomir. Surva tradition, a type of cooked festivals in Bulgaria, typical for this region, and one of these cultural communities. Also, one tourist attraction connected to adrenaline, skydive West Airport, which offer different activities. Another type of certification for rural tourism. It is an initiative of Bulgarian Association for Alternative Tourism, and it includes criteria from two European organizations, basic quality criteria from Eurogits, and also special quality criteria from ESEAT, European Agricultural and Ecotourism Center. You can see some of the basic quality criteria. In this slide, they are connected with security, clearness, typical rural environment, also hospitality of the people, sustainable product criteria of ESEAT. They are in collecting like different innovation connected to the sustainability in tourism. So in the end of our survey, we just created some rules how to implement just the working marketing strategies for tourism, what we should have like effect for the local people connected to the different targets of tourists and different activities and tourism products. How could the marketing strategy be implemented? Strengthening the self-esteem of the farmers, creating a basis for joint marketing, image work. This is connected with tourist brands of destinations. Also improving information and motivation, because there's not enough ways in national level to promote the rural regions in Bulgaria. So every municipality should do it by itself. And some general conclusions. There is a good level of market potential for farm holidays in Bulgaria. It is the interest of everybody involved in tourism to promote farm holidays. Farm holidays are ecological and environment is socially completable form of tourism. We have new products, ideas, creative ways to demonstrate different forms for tourism and activities for the tourists. As a basis for successful marketing, it is vital to improve the self-confidence of the farmers who rent out rooms. Tourism farming will be a theme of the future because COVID showed us that we have individual way of traveling of the tourist and searching for preserved areas with good nature and also authentic atmospheres. Tourists want to be close to the tradition and etc. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Desislava. Indeed, I think no doubt that the results of your survey could support the work of the government working in this direction, enhancing the rural tourism, but also the representatives of business who participate of this activity. Now I would like to focus your attention on another kind of external factors, external services, which could complement and add value to the main products and main activities of the agriculture. We will discuss the role of the financial sector and also of specific financial services, as for example credit cooperatives, which could support the work of agriculture entrepreneurs in their activity. I would like to give the floor to Rutiana Ngundo, who is a PhD student at Sofia University. Please.
Yes. Thank you very much. Dignitaries, invited guests, your coming meant the day. I will go straight to my presentation. We have only 10 minutes, but I think those are like 10 hours. Okay, thank you so much for that correction. And now we begin. My topic today is comparative analysis of agricultural and credit cooperatives in Central and East European countries and East Africa. East Africa has come in to compare what has been happening within the 16 plus 1. Today we can say 16 plus 2. Okay. Your presenter today is Ruthiana Ngundo, born and raised from Kenya, and as you have been told, of the Faculty of Economics, PhD student, and I'm not coming to beat you. When we were growing up, we used to have sticks for counting, but my situation today, if you get this, my research is over. No words, if you get this, okay? Can we start? Then I go back to this one. Here represents countries. Some are growing, some are small, others are tall, big, economically viable. When they are together like this, they are very strong. Partnership, cooperation, okay? When I try to break them, I can't. Even the strongest person here will not. But let's see. Let's call this China alone with the 16 plus. If I will not break because we can't break China. But I want to ask, if I try to break, will it be hard or easy? It will be easy. So, the value of my presentation. Again, agriculture without credit cooperatives, can it survive very well? It can, but not at a big scale. Okay? So, agriculture with credit cooperatives becomes a strong backbone for production of food. An empty stomach. An empty stomach, we say in Africa, is less work. No one can work with an empty stomach. Back to my presentation. In East Africa, agriculture is important. Second slide, please. I do it here. My introduction. Agriculture is important to the economies of East African countries, basically Kenya. The study that I have done from Kenya and compared with Bulgaria to represent the East European countries. And the farmers prefer to do their own farming in their own farms to avoid the risks of falling. Small-order farms are key to food security, according to Kyoko 2022. When they are buying the seeds, fodders, and fertilizers, or selling their produce to the market, they feel they lack the time, the knowledge, and the social capital. From my display, it is needed, that social capital. So they get it from the credit cooperatives, credit societies, and they are thriving so much like it is in Western Europe. Areas like Belgium, I've just checked on literature review, Belgium, German, and UK. The credit cooperatives are very strong there, and they are grounded. Again, Bulgaria, which is also an area of comparing, and it is so good in fish farming. It's also good in sunflower and other. With the partnership with China, it makes it viable that they are able to buy machinery, able to buy even massive land, which is relayed value. It can be meant usable. So in relation to East Africa, China has come in to reclaim the areas that are dry. You know, Africa has dry areas. But now, those dry areas, as we will see in some slides, this is all what I've been talking about. As you can see here, where there was no food in dry areas, after these cooperatives have come and enabled the farmers to have capital, to have financial empowerment. The first picture is a fish farming farm. And you know fish is a source of protein. So plenty of it around the area, which can be supplied in the regions. Then we have sweet potatoes. I have tested sweet potatoes around, and compared with the sweet potatoes back there, they are beets. And dairy farming. Also, Bulgaria, I've realized it is strong in dairy farming, and the East countries are also very strong in dairy farming. And all this has been made possible because of availability of credit from the credit corporations, the SACCOs, and like we have the cooperative bank is basically in East Africa and Kenya in this region, is basically supporting the agriculture. See, this is an arid land, and they can now get vegetables through irrigation. And this irrigation and the tractor you see there can only be made possible with the availability of financing. Are we together? And with this financing from credit corporations has made it possible. And the intervention of China to partner has also increased the investments. You can see there, harvesting of sand. Instead of it being left and wasted, harvested, and they make blocks. All this is made possible by cooperation, partnership within even small groups of the people who come together. And when they come together, they source, you know, when you are alone to source for funding, it's very hard. But when you are 2, 3, 4, you bring your resources together, you stand a higher bargaining power. And this is what has been happening. You can see this is a very dry place, and food is being distributed from the same place. This is what I've been talking about, cooperatives and credit cooperatives. They are very crucial, and they are a tool. Even here in Europe, I've said all that. Belgium, I've talked about it. Belgium, Germany, France, and United Kingdom, and East Europe. And my area of interest is Bulgaria. And by the way, my best word is, here in Bulgaria, is Toch-no-taka. That's my best word. And we continue. The problem statement. I would like to take you through this problem statement slowly so that we can have a reason for there is increased rising worldwide demand for agricultural products in the changing environment. However, most East African countries are facing agricultural production challenge due to inadequate investment, inadequate and low quality raw materials, obsolete technology. Precisely, majority of the agricultural cooperatives have gone dormant, even with the success stories. the ones I've given you. Because of like COVID, when COVID came, things like collapsed. So some of them have gone dormant. And we are singing this song that they should come back. And how many minutes? 5? That's a lot. Thank you. So, due to this problem, there is need for revival of long-term agricultural production and sustainability through collaboration. This paper is basically a comparative analysis of East African countries and purposes for collaboration between Chinese agricultural investors and agricultural services cooperatives and in Eastern Europe. The significance of this paper is to spur economic expansion of agricultural cooperation in Eastern African countries. I told you my area of comparison was East Africa and Eastern, and I chose Bulgaria as my case study. Did I choose wisely? Then, to improve agricultural production and marketing. Because once you produce, you need to have the market. You need to have the outlet. You need to know where to take it. So, this research will empower and show the way into the markets, extending now. If it was +1, it comes from +2, it comes +3, and the market is increasing. Enhance cooperation and entrepreneurial skills, knowledge and capacity, cooperative policy makers to create favorable environment, no matter how viable the idea is, no matter how viable the money, the finance is available. Without policy, which is favoring agriculture, don't sleep on me today. Hello, how is there? Hello? When I talk and you don't, I realize I'm not having impact. So, don't sleep on me today because without food, or it's because we had lunch. So, without food, nowhere we are going. We need to be strong. And I have only 2 minutes and I need to donate those 2 minutes. So, finally, I didn't change, sorry, you should have shouted. So, cooperative policymakers to create a favorable environment, grow strong, resilient, efficient, and competitive cooperative enterprises that are competitive and enhance its member long-term economic and social well-being. We cannot leave the social part of it. So, this discussion comes from Ley 2015, shows farmers cooperatives as ideal, Cooperative College and Cooperative Europe 2015 is also the source of my discussion. I've also checked the Chinese investors effectively. I've also checked agricultural investment as in the China One Belt, One Road plan, such as between China and Eastern Europe, OECD 2018. And the other area I searched this discussion from was CODEL 2021. Observes that it relies primarily on project finance and finance direct investment. And the next slide is also the areas I've gone through. When you are researching, you look at several areas all over the world, what they are doing in the other parts of the world. So those are the areas I've invested my research to be able to compare. And there, it shows the Chinese foreign direct investment in East Africa. It has been growing, and sometimes it is fluctuating. Reasons: economic ties, politics, and the like. Conclusion. 1 minute. My conclusion, cooperatives play an important role in industrializing the agricultural sector and improving livelihood through cooperative valuing cooperation. Governments in East Africa are focusing on developing and sustaining service cooperatives through assistance and expansion of partnership with Chinese businesses. China's agricultural investors target service cooperation and have heavily invested in unexploited massive portions of land in Kenya and the larger East Africa, and the story continues. And these are the recommendations which I've meant to the research, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Rutiana. I would like to ask if Mehtab Keinak is here. No. Okay. Then we'll move on to a group of reports that focus on the role of the partnership. This time with regard to another initiative, I mean 16+1 initiative. We have 3 or 4 reports dedicated to this topic, and I would like to start with Professor Georgi Chankov, University of National and World Economy. Please.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you all. I will try to spare time. So let's talk a little bit about geopolitics. The Belt and Road Initiative is a major strategic undertaking. It could become the main logistical structure in the new world order. In fact, the BRI today is simply part of a long-term shift in the infrastructure away from traditional Western-dominated system. This shift is causing tensions and resistance, first and foremost in the USA, as a country seeking to maintain its current hegemony. I wouldn't explain profound what BRI is, everyone is aware. China cooperation with Central and Eastern European countries is intended to help overcome their economic difficulties, while the European Union has faced alternating internal crises since 2008 through investment, trade, and infrastructure related to the BRI project, including several infrastructure projects listed here, visible. China trade volume with Central and Eastern European countries has been growing ahead of schedule since the establishment of the platform. Almost 44 billions in 2010, almost 70 billions in 2017, more than 100 billions in 2020, which is about 1/7 of China's total trade volume with the European Union. Bilateral investment lags behind trade, but investment in sectors that have good growth prospects. Automotive parts, household appliances, new energy sources, healthcare, and so on. So further on, let's talk about the European and, in fact, about Eurasian trade axis. Among this traditional Eurasian trade axis, the most famous is the Silk Road, well known. And I will stress upon this fact: the Silk Road has been interrupted due to administrative and political obstacles, including the invasion of the Turkmens in the medieval period, the conquest of Tamerlane, which encouraged the search for alternative technologies and routes. By the time that Turks conquered Constantinople and imposed heavy duties on the European trade with Asia, sea transport was already winning the competition with land transport, and the era of the great discoveries began. The Silk Road is the inspiration for today's Chinese initiative, which is often referred as the New Silk Road, and it also is an example of the major risks facing the re-establishment of the old overland trade links between East and West. It should be noted that the great technological and economic superiority of the sea freight today is no longer so pronounced. In the beginning, rail shipments from China to Europe were supported by Chinese government as high as $5,000 per container, per standard container. For 2022, the support is only $1,000 per container, and for the next year, it's envisaged that there will be no more financial support. Less known is the Novgorod-Santiago de Compostela road, connecting since the 20th century Western Europe with the lands of the Northeast and thence via the Volga River with Central Asia. Raw materials, energy, agricultural products traditionally traveled along this route from the east to the west, and industrial goods and in the opposite direction. For a time, the road became also known as the Amber Road because of the deposits of the precious stone in the Baltic. However, the drive for commercial dominance by German, Swedish, and Danish merchants expressed the imposition of restrictions on Russian partners. This led to decline of the Novgorod, the subjection to Moscow in the 15th century, the destruction of trade links, and the end of the trade alliance, the Hansa. The maritime trade of the northern and western European states shifted to the Atlantic. We could think of the trade restrictions today imposed on Russia due to the conflict in the Ukraine. I just would like to mention that the destruction of the Polish kingdom after the 17th century was conditioned, among other things, by the inability of the Polish government to ensure the smooth functioning of this road. It's important. The strategic trade between Russia and the Germany states along this road threatened competitors. Britain in the past, the United States today, it was prevented several times or limited by a series of world wars, including the first one, the second one, and the Cold War, maybe the second wave of the Cold War today. So, combining the Eurasian trade axis within the Belt and Road project. After the announcement of the Chinese project and the arrival of the first train from China to Hamburg, a wave of optimism rose in Eastern Europe. According to the Chinese plans, the northern section coincides with, this is very important, with the revived northeast trade route. Let's call it so, instead of Novgorod-Santiago, because Novgorod is no more this important trade center. This combination between the Chinese project and the traditional northwest trade route promises new prospects for economic growth along the transit of Chinese cargo into the European Union. The southern branches of the Chinese project through the Balkan Peninsula also raise similar hopes, and the establishment of the 16+1 group or platform is an expression of this optimism. The group of the Central European countries could become an important, very important link in the larger, possible larger Eurasian economic community. And the response for this opportunity, the transition to a multipolar world order, it fits to concepts traditionally known, the concepts of Karl Haushofer, of Halford Mackinder, and also Alfred Meehan. This consideration of these three geopolitical thinkers have underpinned the US foreign policy strategy since its establishment as a great power and successor to Great Britain as the world hegemon after 1945. The last time the concerns about the unification of Eurasia were articulated by Zbigniew Brzezinski, who introduced the concept of the Eurasian Balkans. Today's US strategy, which also involves its European partners, is derived from these concepts mentioned already and aims to break cooperation not only between the European Union, especially Germany and Russia, but also between the European Union and China, which the United States sees as a major obstacle to their hegemony. Recent official documents with a strategic focus testify to this. One example of the mentioned American strategy is the so-called 3Cs project announced in 2015. So, just to point out, this project is well known. There are some projects envisaged in this project. The problem is there is no financing, or still missing financing, let's so to say. There's a promise to fund it with $1 billion from American side, which is not so much. You see the projects here, but the main goal in this aspect is to cut off the eastern-western trade routes through this trade route from north to south, despite the fact that this direction doesn't fit well within the European geographical and economic conditions. So, let's spare more time. And it is almost the end. What's the opportunity for Bulgaria in this condition? An opportunity for Bulgaria could be the third Eurasian continental bridge, if the high tensions persist in the relation between China and the United States. The whole Chinese project could shift southwards and could be restricted somehow. But if this happens, there are just two scenarios for Bulgaria. One is pessimistic and the other one is moderately pessimistic or moderately optimistic. It depends on the point of view. The pessimistic scenario envisaged Iron Curtain between the European Union and China, and this could divert Chinese attention to the Arabian Peninsula and Africa, with Turkey established as a key point, logistic hub, as an intermediary, and Bulgaria could serve as a trade border point of a closed trading community, I mean the European Union. The moderately optimistic or the moderately pessimistic scenario foresees a little bit increased trade between China and the European Union. In this case, Bulgaria could fit as a transit country with logistics services and added value. And that means full loading of the Istanbul, Plovdiv, Sofia, Belgrade line with major investment in infrastructure. I suppose, let us be optimistic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Difficult questions which require complex answers. However, your presentation is a solid basis for our next reports describing different aspects of this initiative 16+1. I would like to invite Professor Naku Stefanov. Professor Naku Stefanov, okay. And now we are moving on to Yasen Georgiev and Mariana Trifonova from the University of National and World Economy. The same main topic with different aspects probably.
Can we change the presentation? Oh, it's already there. So good afternoon, everyone. Maybe you can hear me very well. My name is Yasen Georgiev, and together with my colleague Mariana Trifonova, who unfortunately is not here, I will be touching upon the topic, the wider Black Sea region within the 16+1 initiative before and after 2022. So we both are PhD students at the University of National and World Economy, and this topic is obviously of interest for our research. I'll be really brief. I will be doing my best to build upon the topics already covered by the distinguished Professor Chankov. And this is why some of the points that you might hear during my presentation will be overlapping with his points, but I'll be doing my best just to skip them or just to go briefly over them. So what stands behind this topic? It is the obvious intersection between the 16+ initiative, as we going to call it in the paper, China CEEC cooperation, and the wider Black Sea region due to the countries' membership overlapping and the geographic proximity. Why? Because there's an increasing, according to us, importance of the Black Sea region, especially in light of the current geopolitical situation in the wider Black Sea region. We all know about the active military conflict in Ukraine and the ongoing tension between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the Nagorno-Karabakh. And this is why we need more research and better understanding of the Black Sea region and its importance for the cooperation between the Central and Eastern European countries on the one hand side and China on the other hand side. So the main point here is that if we assume that the Black Sea region serves as a contact point between the core Asian route of the Belt and Road Initiative and Europe, where the Chinese and CEEC sub-initiative in the primary cooperation format, what role does the wider Black Sea region play within this cooperation, and what are the potential scenarios for it to serve as a connectivity gateway beyond 2022? So the main research question, actually there are more than one, but they are in a way interlinked. So do differentiated cooperation formats in the wider Black Sea region can complement, and is there a way to seek synergies between these formats in the name of improved connectivity in fields such as infrastructure, trade, digital connectivity as well? So we are starting with an attempt to define the wider Black Sea region. And as you can see, there are different understandings of the Black Sea region. Firstly, geographically, it is the region that is surrounded by countries like Bulgaria, Georgia, Romania, Russia, Turkey, and Ukraine. But politically speaking, the wider Black Sea region includes countries like Moldova, Armenia, Azerbaijan, but also Western Balkan countries and Greece. And in this specific region, there is an overlapping of different cooperation formats in the so-called wider Black Sea region. Firstly, it is but not in terms of importance, it is the organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation with Secretariat based in Istanbul. This platform includes 13 countries that are covering the already covered countries that are bordering the Black Sea region, but also include countries in the Western Balkans like the Republic of North Macedonia, like Serbia, even Albania. We have also another international cooperation platform which is called the Central European Initiative, and by coincidence this year Bulgaria is holding the presidency, the rotating presidency of the Central European Initiative. So this platform includes 17 countries in Central and Eastern, Southeastern Europe, including Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine. Belarus has suspended participation due to the conflict in Ukraine and its foreign policy relations in favor of Russia. Just to name here also the 3 CEE initiatives already elaborated by Professor Chankov, which includes 12 countries in the European Union, and since June this year, Ukraine is considered also more or less a part of this initiative, since it received a status of a partner participant. And against this backdrop, we have the China CEEC cooperation, which covers or includes nowadays 14 countries after Lithuania and later on Estonia and Latvia dropped out of this cooperation mechanism. And out of these 14 countries, 9 countries are member states, full-fledged member states of the European Union, and 5 countries are more or less EU enlargement countries, both candidate or potential candidates. By saying this, in our paper we try to provide a very short overview of the current trends and developments in the wider Black Sea region, with impact on the cooperation between these countries and China. And there are several critical uncertainties or points that we try to cover. Firstly, it is the geopolitical and security dynamics context, which includes Ukraine and the tension between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which is a situation marked by long-term uncertainty and high levels of vulnerability. Very important issue when it comes to understanding the overlapping or the complementation between these formats in the region is the role of Russia and Russia's influence in the Black Sea region, which is also linked to the relations between Russia and China. So what do they mean and how do they impact the Black Sea region is something that we also try to elaborate on in the paper. Another issue here when it comes to the Black Sea region and how it fits with the cooperation with China is the role of Turkey as a regional power. And of course, it is to mention also the role of the European Union, because the EU is a major player, not only because of the countries that are members of the EU and that are part of the Black Sea region, but because of the different formats of cooperation between the EU and countries that are not in the EU but are located in the Black Sea region. So the very end of what we are going to investigate is based on these potential areas of tension or cooperation. We plan to come up with potential scenarios for cooperation in the wider Black Sea region, with impact on the cooperation between China and Central and Eastern Europe. And we have basically 3 main scenarios, because obviously some of the countries belong to more than one cooperation platform. So we assume that they might continue to search for balance between their commitments, both, let's say, within the European Union, within the 3 CEEC initiative, but on the other hand side, within the China CEE cooperation platform. Other potential scenario is fragmentation, which means that some countries might prefer to stick to some core cooperation platforms or formats instead of participation in multiple initiatives. So a potential for this can be drawn from what happened with the Baltic countries, which you withdrew from the 16+1. And so one potential scenario is also for the countries in the region, let's say for instance Romania, because a country, it is a country with a very strong European and pro-American position. So if Thank you. Based on the fact that in some areas, countries might prefer to continue cooperating with China in the way they have been cooperating so far, or even to increase this level of cooperation. But in some other sectors, they might be reluctant to deepen the cooperation. So these are three of the scenarios that we think they're more or less possible. But we have to consider that the high level of unpredictability in the wider Black Sea region because of all the internal and external events that we have been witnessing so far. So by saying this, I'm hoping that I was able to convey the message which we wanted to convey during this presentation. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Three scenarios this time, at least one more optimistic. So now we have the chance to see the presentation of Professor Naku Stefanov. Please.
Excuse me, there is a presentation which will... Just a moment. Yes, this is the presentation. My presentation is the One Belt, One Road initiative as a geostrategic revolution and the 16+1, but now there are not 16+1, there is a CEE countries plus China, problems and perspectives. Problems and perspectives. Okay, yes, my presentation will be very short. Will be changed? Just a moment. Okay, I shall speak without changing. We have to say that so-called One Belt, One Road initiative is maybe the biggest, it's maybe the biggest peaceful initiative now in the world. You know very well that in the ancient time, which means the time of Roman Empire, the China Empire, and so on, the most peaceful initiative at that time was so-called the road of silk, the Silk Road, the Silk Road. Really speaking, at that time, the states and the peoples met mostly at the battlefield. Really speaking, one of the biggest peaceful projects at that time was the Silk Road. It's why I'm speaking about that. Because now, you see, it's pity to say, but once again, the peoples and the states are meeting now, they meet now at the battlefield, really speaking. You know that now there is the danger of a big total war. And it's a very big danger because now we are speaking about nukes very freely. And maybe several years ago it was very shameful to speak about the using of nukes, of nuclear bombs. But now we are freely speaking about that. Because that have to say that now this project, One Belt One Road project, is the biggest peaceful project now, because it's project that is how to say, project which basic principle is the win-win development. Not only win-win cooperation, but win-win development, which means the accentuation is on development, not only on cooperation, which means it's a project which promised for all participative countries development. From that point of view, we have to say why I say that it's a, how to say it, geopolitical earthquake. Why it's geopolitical earthquake? We have to say that in geopolitics, you know very well, there are two types of forces. The sea forces and the land forces. We have to say that till now, the upper hand in this geopolitical confrontation had the so-called sea forces. Why so? Because from the ancient time, which means from the ancient time means from the time of Rome and so on, the so-called sea forces, they controlled the basic space, which were sea space in the ancient time, Mediterranean Sea. Later, it was Atlantic Ocean, and we have to say that you know the very famous book of Francis Fukuyama, this criminologist, very famous criminologist, who made forecast that in the 21st century there will be the century of the Pacific Ocean, and in this Pacific Ocean will be dominated by US. And because that he said that 21st century will be the end of the history. The end of the history, because there will be only one polar system, and only one model will dominate the world, the so-called neoliberal model. But I have to say that even now, that Francis Fukuyama now, he rejected his forecast. And I think that one of the cause for rejecting this forecast was this project, One Belt, One Road. You have to keep in mind that this project, One Belt, One Road, accentuate not on the sea spaces, but on the land spaces, because there are railway lines, there are magistrales, there are highways, and so on. There are, how to say it, projects which accentuate of converting the land space into basic economic space. Like in the past, the basic economic space were Mediterranean Sea, Atlantic Ocean, and now will be this land, the Euro-Asian land. This space which include Asia, Europe, Africa, and maybe some other countries too. So, on the keeping in mind this point of view that this One Belt, One Road project is one big geopolitical earthquake, which means that it will change the geopolitical picture on the world. What is the role of the initiative, which are now calling this initiative CEE countries, Central and Eastern Europe countries, and China? We have to keep in mind that this initiative CEE countries and China, CEE and China, it's older than this project One Belt, One Road project, because this initiative was initiated in 2010, and this initiative was very interesting initiative. Why very interesting? Till this initiative, these countries were the world, including the EU, because most of the countries of CEE countries are also member of European Union, but even the European Union looked at these countries as a periphery countries, periphery between European Union and the Russia. Of course, the former part of the former Soviet Republic and European Union. But on the base of the One Belt, One Road project, this region, the CEE countries, became very important, how to say it, connected space between the Asia and Europe, which means the importance of this region was enhanced thanks to this initiative, CEE plus China initiative, and of course, thanks to this geopolitical project, One Belt, One Road. Of course, I have to say that in spite of this importance of this belt of CEE countries, the destiny, the future destiny of this belt of countries, CEE countries, will depend not only on the will of these countries, nor on the will of these countries, nor on the will of China itself. Here we are witnessing now, especially now, because now we are witnessing very big change in the world. The one polar world is moving to the multipolar world. And this motion to multipolar world means what, dear colleagues? This means very big change in the international relation, including such project as One Belt, One Road, and even this initiative, CEE plus China initiative. And of course, it will depend how this motion will move fast or slow. I think the motion from one polar to multipolar world. And of course, what will be the relations between these three biggest geopolitical forces, US, China, and Russia? How will be projected these relations on EU? Because I have to say that till now, EU is not, how to say it, subject on the highest level of geopolitical play. It's pity to say, but honestly saying, EU is not subject, it's object of this highest level geopolitical game. And because that, we are now seeing very complicated picture. Because now in the multipolar world, which is step by step coming this multipolar world, there will be much more players than these players which we have in the one polar world. Much more players, including, for example, Turkey. You know that Turkey is stepping from, how to say it, local force to regional force, and maybe much more, because they are trying also to, on the base of, how to say it, to run concept, to step into Central Asia and much more. So here the problem is what to do these countries, from these CEE countries, how to behave in this situation. My opinion is that in this situation, these countries must be very attentive for preserving their national interests. And for preserving their national interest, they need what? They need, how to say it, to cooperate between themselves. And this cooperation to be not only on the base of economic or political base, but also on cultural base. Because cultural base, this, how to say it, to know each other is very important for the perspectives of future cooperation, especially in the game of so-called win-win development. And here, the role, I have to say, of Bulgaria, because Bulgaria is situated in very strategic region. There is a region where they meet three continents: Europe, Asia, and Africa. And you know very well from the Rome time, so-called Via Diagonalis, this strategic route which crossed Bulgaria, which is crossing Bulgaria. And here, I think that Bulgaria Bulgaria has to play more active role in this initiative and to try more actively to cooperate with the neighbor countries, especially the countries with Western Balkans, but not only these countries of Western Balkans, but with Greece, with Romania, and so on, working on, on peaceful projects, on projects which are trying to preserve the peace in this very, hot region, because really speaking now, the Black Sea region and the Balkan region is full of contradiction. It's very hot region. And here it's very important to preserve the peace in this region, especially when keeping in mind the fact that very near to this region, really speaking in the Black Sea region, we are witnessing a war. And very dangerous for this region, also to be involved in the war. And I think that in this matter, they also have to, to cooperate with China. I think that China is very eager now to cooperate with these countries, because this cooperation, especially in this world of tension, is one of the many ways to put this tension on lower level, because it's very important for the world peace now. And as a representative of Bulgarian society, not of Bulgarian state, but of Bulgarian society, I have to say that this policy of preserving the peace in the region, the policy of trying to start win-win development project is one of the dreams of Bulgarian society now, especially in time of crisis, in time of lack of energy, and so on. And because that, as a conclusion, I have to say that I'm optimist toward this project, One Belt, One Road project, and we are also witnessing that Scholz, the German leader, is visiting China. And this visit is also, perspective that this relationship between EU, between CEE countries and China will develop further. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the 16+1 initiative is very attractive and focused the attention of the researchers. We have another report dedicated to this initiative. I would like to give the floor to Associate Professor Evgeny Kandilarov, Bulgarian Academy of Sciences.
Can we hear each other?
It's not
Online, you will be online.
okay.
Can we hear each other?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay. May I start my presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to share my Oh no, I cannot share my screen, my presentation on my screen, or? Is it possible to the host to give me the opportunity to share my presentation?
Just a second.
Okay. Can you see now? I'm not sure what exactly you see on the screen in the room.
Is it possible to put your presentation on full screen? We can see the screen share.
Yes, sure. But I'm a little bit worried that if the slides are going to change, if it's
That
on a
looks
full.
good.
Yeah, I did it. Can we try?
Sure, we can see your presentation. Yes.
And if I'm changing the slides, you can follow it.
We see slide changes, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers for this for this conference, which is very timely conference because it is giving an opportunity to give a more detailed and realistic picture and analysis and evaluation of the results that this China CEE countries relations had in this 10 years period, actually, because the public space is full of a lot of writings, a lot of publications, which are, to my opinion, giving some not very realistic picture, and they are much more influenced by the ideological tension that is going on worldwide. And the previously speaking professors we're talking about geopolitics, so it's quite important to put all the analysis and to have in mind this geopolitical tension, that it has its own ideological dimensions as well. So talking about Bulgaria-China relations within this format, within this initiative, which is also part of the geostrategic project, as it was mentioned already, the Belt and Road Initiative. Since I'm a historian and I'm doing a research on Bulgaria-China relations for quite a long time. So I could say that you see on the screen the main periods in the relations between Bulgaria and China, and I would definitely say that there are three peaks, three really outstanding periods in these relations, and these are the early period of the 50s, the 80s, and the last period that we see a real peak of the bilateral relation is under this 16+1 mechanism of cooperation and the Belt and Road Initiative. No matter that what will happen and what kind of scenarios will actually occur, since they were discussed so far, and if the mechanism will continue to exist, since there are a lot of theories about this, we could definitely say that it so far it works and giving good results for the bilateral relations, at least I would say for the bilateral relations between CEE countries and China as well. So What I would like to say is that Bulgaria and China had really stable relations based on a long tradition dating back to the Cold War period. Well, after the Cold War, they passed through a different stages. At the early 90s, there was a period of mutual neglect, let's say. Since the beginning of the 21st century, we see a new dynamics, and in the core of the relations, there is an economic interest and possible mutual benefits, which is very important. That actually, in the last 10 years, Bulgaria has been actively involved in China's initiative 16+1, and until 3-4 years ago, the relations between the two countries developed relatively well based on the non-ideological, pragmatic approach that takes into account objective realities and opportunities of these relations politically, economically, and culturally. So at the beginning of the Chinese geostrategic project, Belt and Road Initiative, Bulgarian government actually was not so eager to demonstrate any strong will to explore the opportunities it offers to the country, or to play some active role in this process. But well, we can see that this changed slowly, step by step, and actually, although many times Bulgarian government declared that it is strongly motivated to support and actively participate in the 16+1 mechanism, actually, to some extent, it was a very, how to say, formal declarations, and a clear evidence for that was, for example, the absence of Bulgaria from the first Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation held in Beijing in 2017. So what changed, and when it changed, it was around 2018, to my opinion, when the extension of the Belt and Road Initiative and the involvement of more and more countries, especially such as the Bulgarian neighbors, to no matter members or not of the EU, Bulgarian government slowly started trying to be driven more by the economic pragmatism, and this was very well shown in the later development. So if we make a review of these relations within this period, we can say that it's a very intensive period in terms of political relations, in terms of economic relations, and in terms of cultural relations. For the last 10 years, Bulgarian presidents visit China twice, in 2014 and 2019, while Bulgarian Prime Minister traveled to China in 2015. Chinese premier in turn visited Bulgaria in 2018. So there were a lot of mutual agreements and protocols that have been signed. So everything culminated in 2019 by signing a declaration of that upgraded relations to the strategic partnership. So it was of a great importance, the fact that Bulgaria was a host of the 7th summit of China CEE countries, when there was issued the so-called Sofia guidelines for cooperation between China and CEE countries, and which is more important, during this visit of the Chinese premier in Chinese Prime Minister in Bulgaria in 2018, both sides released joint communique in which they highlighted the value of the development of bilateral ties, and the result was signing 20 agreements, including for scientific, technical exchange, financial cooperation between the development banks, and so on. Many different fields, actually. So the peak of the bilateral relations in this period, of course, was the visit, the state visit to China of the Bulgarian president in 2019, which was very important because the leading accent actually in this visit was in all meetings of the Bulgarian president with Chinese governmental and state officials were the upgrading the bilateral relations between Bulgaria and China at a strategic level and establishment of guidelines for their further development and deepening. So the core, the visit, of course, was this declaration, joint declaration, and it was very very important what is written in it. Of course, whether Bulgarian government will fully recognize and strictly follow the goals and principles of this document is very hard to be predicted so far. But one is clearly sure, and it is that Bulgaria is one of the first Central and European countries to sign intergovernmental cooperation documents with China on the Belt and Road Initiative. This was something that I wanted to point out. So what else could be said about this period is that actually over the last 10 years, under the Belt and Road Initiative and 16+1 mechanism, China significantly expanded its cooperation with Bulgaria, both on the national and, which is very, very much important, on the subnational level in many areas, such as culture, education, agriculture, research, public procurement, e-government, and so on. So, which is very important that in economic terms, the cooperation potential between both countries is relatively high, which was also pointed out by some previously speaking presenters here on this conference, and it is well to be underlined once again that Bulgaria is situated on a very important place as a transportation hub between eastern and western states. So it has a very good natural conditions, skilled manpower, and well, a lot of other things that need to be reminded. And of course, if we see on the numbers of the bilateral trade, we see that it is really growing, no matter of the disbalances of the exports and imports, but still China ranks second after Turkey among the Bulgarian export partners outside the European Union. So the other thing which is very much important are all the potential that I try to outline here for the expanding of the Bulgarian exports to China in many different fields. So at the end of this presentation, I would like to point out something important that I found out that in a recently published study in Bulgaria by Vladimir Shopov, which is related to Bulgaria-China relations, the main point in the study is that China for the last several years expanded its relations with Bulgaria on a subnational level very much. Of course, the author interpret this situation in a completely different way. He's interpreting it as in terms of a threat, as a kind of a trick of China to expand its influence in Bulgaria, as well as in many other different CEE countries. But in my opinion, it could be interpreted this local framework of relations as a very important potential to become key to a further deepening and expansion of the relations between Bulgaria and China, despite the geopolitical challenges that was already mentioned here of the changing world. Because the study shows that over the last few years, China's diplomatic strategy really made this transition for most nuanced, let's say, multi-level approach, which extended beyond the central governmental institutions. And this process has involved at least two directions, alongside a shift towards a greater focus on non-governmental and civil society organization and actors. There has been an increasing interaction with subnational, local, regional level of governments. And currently 19 Bulgarian municipalities have bilateral cooperation and agreements in a different fields, in the field of economy, culture, academic cooperation, tourism, and administrative governance. So as a conclusion, I would like to say that, of course, there is a great challenges, and we need to consider them very carefully. The dynamically developing geopolitical situation in recent years possesses a number of serious challenges to the relations between Bulgaria and China, as well as China and the European Union. So even before the coronavirus pandemic and the start of the war in Ukraine, the geopolitical tensions between the United States and China at the global level affected the China-EU relations, and hence Bulgarian-Chinese relations. So the pandemic, and especially the beginning of the war in Ukraine, escalated this geopolitical opposition, which led to a very strong delineation of the new ideologically justified dividing lines in international relations, which affected the relations between Bulgaria and China as well. But however, taking into account these new political realities, we must also pay attention to the objective opportunities that the changing world offers to Bulgaria and its relations with China. So despite the ideological confrontations and contradictions, the political reality is that China continues to be an extremely important partner to the European Union, and vice versa. So I think that we need to point out also that European Union is not so strictly following this pressure, political pressure that is obvious coming from the United States in order to how to say, to strengthen its approach toward China, and it was very obvious that the EU position still stays not so very much changed from the latest outcomes. And here you can see that summit that was held in Brussels in October 2022, where actually the European Union officials came out with a position that the Union doesn't want to search for a systematic confrontation with China. Something which doesn't coincide fully with the very aggressive rhetoric that we could see in some strategic documents of the United States and NATO also. So
I would like to thank you because we have.
Yes, yeah. This is my conclusion. I would like to thank for your attention. I'm also not so pessimistic in my view of the future of the Bulgaria-China relations and the China CEE countries relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Much food for thinking after this strong series of reports dedicated to the Bulgarian-China partnership. I would like to focus your attention on quite different, but not so different again, topic, a study on the trade relations between Bulgaria and China, and the future opportunities for deepening these relations, including in the field of agriculture. I would like to invite Associate Professor Pascal Zhelev, University of National and World Economy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pascal Zhelev. I would like to talk about a particular form of the cooperation between Bulgaria and China. So from geopolitical level, we go to a meso level, to a sectoral level, and see the results of collaboration between Bulgaria and China in the agri-foods sector. So we have witnessed the dramatic progress of China's economy throughout the last couple of decades. And since 2009, China is the biggest exporter in the world. It is the biggest manufacturing powerhouse. Very interestingly, in 2021, China has also become the world's largest importer of agro-food products. Also, in the bilateral relations in 2021, China is the 8th biggest export destination for Bulgaria, the second non-EU destination. However, my hypothesis here is that Bulgaria does not fully use the natural advantages it has in the agro-food sector. So the paper is devoted basically on the objective of the paper is to analyze the current state and the prospects for the Bulgarian agri-food exports on the Chinese market. To that end, the following tasks have been set. First, to present the dynamics of bilateral trade with agro-food products between Bulgaria and China during the last decade. Then to exhibit the product structure of Bulgarian exports on the Chinese market and to identify the product groups in which Bulgaria has a comparative advantage. Then we will analyze the complementarity in agro-food trade between Bulgaria and China. And finally, some product groups in which there is an export potential that has not been yet fully tapped. So first, of course, we have to define what we understand by agro-food products, and we have here the definition of the UNCTAD. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the agri-food trade consists of these four SITC codes: 0 food and live animals, 1 beverages and tobacco, 22 oilseeds and oleaginous fruits, and 4 animal and vegetable oils, fats, and waxes. In order to identify the comparative advantages of Bulgaria, we use the commonly used index of Bela-Balasher, the reviewed comparative advantage index, which is a ratio showing in the denominator the share of a particular product in Bulgaria's exports, while in the denominator we have the same share for a group of countries for the world, or in this case we will use China in order to identify where we have higher specialization in agro-food products on the international market. Since this index has extreme values of 0 to plus infinity, and the comparative advantages is always when we have a value of over 1, this index can be further modified in order to make it symmetric, so the revealed symmetric comparative advantage is going to be used. In order to identify the complementarity in trade between Bulgaria and China, we are also going to use the Pearson correlation index. And finally, the export potential map is produced by the International Trade Center through their specific methodology, allows us to see in which product groups we have an export potential that is not yet fully utilized. So let's first have a look at the dynamics of agri-food trade for the last 10 years. We see that in the beginning of the period, in 2012, Bulgaria exported slightly more than 5 million of agri-food products to the Chinese market, and then throughout the years you see that the dynamics is very much volatile. What is conspicuous here is that through almost all of the period we have a negative trade balance, and things have changed in the last 3 years. In 2019 the trade is almost balanced. In 2020 and 2021 already, Bulgaria has a positive trade balance in its trade relations with agro-food products with China. So in 2021 we have exported almost 190 million of value of agri-food products, and that shows that the export over imports, so the exports surpass more than 2.5 times the imports from China of agro-food products, which is of course a very positive trend. Now, in order to see how important is China in agri-food exports of Bulgaria, and also how agri-food exports are important for our bilateral relations, we make here such a comparison, first of China's share in Bulgarians' total goods exports, and in China's share in agri-food exports of Bulgaria. So we see that throughout the last decade, China has a share of between 2 and 3% in our goods exports, in our total exports. However, in the beginning of the period, the agro-food, in our agro-food exports, China has a share of 0.2, 0.3, 0.6, and in the end of the period, the two shares almost are already equal, but again, the share of China in our total goods exports is higher than in agro-food exports. So here there is obviously an exploited potential. Here the data shows you the comparison of importance of agri-food products in Bulgarian exports to the world and to China. So consistently Bulgaria is specialized in agro-food exports on the international markets. So they throughout these last 10 years on average, around 15% of all our exports on the world market consisted of agro-food products. But to China, in the beginning of the period, you see that in 2012, just 0.7%. Things have changed in the end of the period. So in 2021, already over 40% of our exports to China consist of agri-food products. So we can see that throughout the last 10 years, there is a slow but gradual improvement of our positions on the Chinese market when it comes to agri-food products. So this is the product structure based on these 4 groups that we identified in the beginning, and we see that it is very volatile. It changes a lot. So in 2017, for example, over 50% of the exports consisted of beverages and tobacco, while in 2021, just 0.8%. So a dramatic shift in the structure. And now let's see on a more disaggregated level, actually, which are the biggest product groups that we export to China. And on the first place, this is feeding stuff with over 90 or close to 92 million US dollars in 2021. And this is, as a share, it is around 50% of all our exports to China consist of feed for animals. Another second most important product in our exports to China is maize, with 45.4 million US dollars. We know that there is in 2012-2013, some investments were made around Pervomai and around Dobrich area of two big investments of Chinese investments, which are dedicated basically to these 2 product groups. And then there is this positive correlation between the foreign direct investments from China into our economy and then to our exports. On the 3rd position, we have oil seeds and oleaginous fruits. And then you see that all the other products do not have a significant share. Unfortunately, for example, alcoholic beverages only less than 1 million US dollars we have exported to the Chinese market in 2021. On the right side of the slide, you see the product groups with the largest percentage change over the last 5 years. And here again, maize is on the 1st position and feeding stuff for animals is on the 2nd position. We have other product groups like chocolate and food preparations with cocoa. Coffee and coffee substitutes, but this is because of the very low starting point. Not that we have a very high exports, it is just $135,000, so it's basically very little. Now let's look at the comparative advantages. Using the revealed symmetric comparative advantage index, we see that in the beginning of the period and in the end of the period, things didn't change that much. On the 1st place, then it was wheat, and now wheat is on the 2nd place, but barley, so they just switched positions. But basically, the 3 most competitive product groups vis-a-vis China are barley, wheat, and then we have cheese and curd. We have maize, we have meat of bovine animals. By the way, for barley and wheat, we do have a comparative advantage, a very strong comparative advantage, but we don't have a bilateral protocol that allows us to export these goods on the Chinese market. So even we have this very high competitiveness, we still have not used it on the Chinese market. Another slide shows us the comparative disadvantages of Bulgaria. This means where China is much more competitive than Bulgaria on the international market. Starting from here, of course, tea and meat is a product group in which China is very much specialized, so we have a huge comparative disadvantage here. When it comes to fish, vegetables, certain fruits, this is also the case. In order to see whether our agri-food exports are complementary or substitute to the Chinese ones, we calculate the Spearman rank correlation coefficient according to these agri-food product groups. on the comparative advantages between Bulgaria and China. And we see that throughout the whole period, this coefficient has negative values. In 2021, it is minus 0.22. Basically means that there is not a correlation. There is a negative correlation between the comparative advantages of China and Bulgaria, which actually gives us an opportunity to export certain products on the Chinese market, makes us competitive in certain groups in which China is not. So there is not a big overlap in our agri-food specializations. So finally, I would like to show you also the results about the potential, export potential. This is something that is calculated by the International Trade Center in Geneva. We see that on the first place, the vegetable residues and animal feed, it has the highest potential in terms of Bulgarian agri-food products on the Chinese market. However, we have already exploited to a very much extent, 85% of this potential is already exploited. Next, we have vegetable oils and fats, again a product group with a very high potential, but it is not yet exploited, so there is a future untapped potential. Next we have oil seeds, cereals, food products, wheat and beverages and so on. So jumping to the conclusion, we could say that in the last decade there has been an intensification, and most pronounced in the last 2-3 years, which have given the chance to Bulgaria to turn its negative trade balance into a positive one. Chinese foreign direct investment have a very high importance in this case. So in order to improve our further competitiveness, probably we should try to attract more Chinese investments in our agri-food sector. This will also boost our exports to China. Unfortunately, the Bulgarian exports to the Chinese market are highly concentrated. So the first 3 product groups account for over 93% of our export specialization on the Chinese market. That basically shows why our exports is so volatile throughout the years. Bulgaria has a strong competitive advantage in cereals, in dairy products, in oil seeds and cocoa products vis-a-vis China. Bulgarian agri-food products are well complementary to the Chinese ones, to the Chinese imports. So this gives good prospects for our sector on the Chinese market. And the data of the ITC shows that there is untapped potential for Bulgaria in animal feed, grains, vegetable oils, beverages, cocoa products, and other agri-food items. So with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, we have a final report in our session, which will serve as a bridge to the next session. I would like to invite Professor Onelia Katova from the Agricultural Academy.
We don't see her in the
room. Okay. You have the floor, please.
Hello, everybody. Are you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay, can we start? Maybe everybody is already tired, and we will start something different as a presentation. Just a piece of scientific study. Bulgarian variety of perennial forage grasses developed at the Institute of Forage Crops Pleven This is part of Agricultural Academy Sofia. Content of presentation will be very short. Importance of perennial grasses, objects of breeding, breeding methods, achievements, future prospects, and international cooperation. Questions that we put at the beginning of breeding program, basic questions are what, why, where, and who. What we do, aim of the development of Bulgarian variety of perennial grasses is with high productivity and ecological stability. Why? Because low adaptation of foreign variety and also wide spreading of the species of our country. Bulgaria is in periphery of two gene centers of origin, Mediterranean and Caucasian, rich of biodiversity, fifth in the world, where in north-central Bulgaria, with two environmental limits, cold and drought, as the selective background for adaptation of genetic resources. Who Institute of Forest
Sorry for interruption.
The only...
Sorry, can you please share your presentation? Because you're sharing another thing now.
In my point of view,
yes, this is the presentation. Because you've shared something else, and now you're sharing the presentation. Thank you.
Everything is okay? Can you continue?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The only grass breeder in collaboration with Belgian and Chinese scientists. Object of study are species from family Poaceae. This is perennial ryegrass, Solnivio, and red festive, crested wheatgrass, standard wheatgrass, oxfoot, and smooth brome. Importance of these grasses, it is ability to create long-lasting grass stands with different direction of use, hay, pasture, and ornamental, in pure stands or in mixtures with perennial leguminous crops, and to provide high-quality fodder for ruminants. The need of new high-yielding variety and improve the technology for their seed production is of permanent importance and value for society. But in the case of perennial forage grasses, the period from the start of the breeding program to registration and implementation of the variety passes more than 15-20 years. Research and efficient use of the gene pool of plant resources of perennial forage grasses is also a priority. Breeding methods that we use, just mentioned, not in details. New genetic diversity is developed through combinative and heterosis breeding, application of polyploidization, hybridization, including interspecific one, and also the main selection for productivity, adaptability, temperature, stress and drought, persistency, longevity, and forage quality. We come to achievements. We divide to two stages of our breeding achievements. First stage, you see period, first Bulgarian tree variety comes only, especially for hay purpose. These are Coxfuc de Brava, tetraploid variety, smooth brome, Mica, octaploid variety, and also Albena hexaploid variety. Dry matter yield, forage dry matter yield goes from 8 to 9 tons per hectare, seed yield 0.5 to 0.7 tons per hectare. Direction of use is for hay, grazing, silage, and erosion control. They are stress tolerant to drought, cold leaf disease, and especially variety Albena sulfescu. Also, you can grow in acidic and saline soils. That's a special character. Second stage of development of variety of perennial grasses starts till 1995. It continues till now. We follow new breeding objects. Perennial ryegrass may be famous everybody in this meeting. This is economically most important grass species in the world. It's cosmopolitan, spread over the planet. used for further ornamental and sport technical purposes. Intensive breeding work on the world passed over 100 years, and during this long period, on the OECD list for trade and market of this variety, we have almost 1,600 variety from this species, which are advantages: tolerant to intensive grazing, trampling and frequent mowing, excellent nitrogen uptake, and most importantly, high nutritional value for ruminants compared to other grasses. Word selection has created many varieties already mentioned, but the foreign variety are not adapted to our conditions, and we cannot directly implement they in production in our country. So we use local material, local genotypes, and we already have and registered 3 varieties of volume perenne. You can see on picture, even they are different on color, but not only. Methods for develop this variety are different. First variety, Harmonia, is diploid, and it's followed by phenotypic individual selection, polycross of 91 alike genotypes from local origin. The other, Tetrania and Tramis, are tetraploid variety. We use as a method polyploidization, flow cytometric screening, and phenotypic selection. After that, polycross, different number of alike genotypes, reproduce to C4 generation and register these varieties. Very short description of each of these varieties. Variety Harmonia is already standard in our testing, official testing authority in Bulgaria. This is first diploid, early perennial ryegrass, persistent and winter hardy, tolerant to drought and high summer temperature. You can see diameter yield 9 ton per hectare with high feeding value. You can see protein content, water-soluble carbohydrate content, the digestibility for ruminants. Also, CEEC is good. This variety is suitable for pasture and landscaping. It could be component of pasture mixtures with the white clover and birdfoot trefoil. Also can use for decorative purposes with mixture with red rectule. This variety obtained certificate from 2010. Another variety for Bulgarian tetraploid, early to intermediate as a maturity group, Tetrani, persistent winter hardy, tolerant to drought, high summer temperature, and another new characteristic, it's resistant to leaf disease, crown rust. It's higher yielding, 11 ton per hectare, dry matter yield, high feeding value, very high digestibility for ruminants. Seed yield is also higher. This variety is suitable also for pasture and landscaping, could be component with white clover and birdfoot trefoil for mixture. Also, you can mix with diploid perennial ryegrass used for decorative purpose. This variety is very new. Certificate comes from 2017. Another new tetraploid perennial ryegrass, Tetramis, is very early. Also, very nice characteristics, similar to Tetrani, but difference is earliness, very early, and also higher seed yield, 900 kilo per hectare. It's suitable for meadows, pastures, and landscaping, components of mixtures, also decorative purpose with red pestle. Also certificate obtained in 2017. Global warming demands new variety with increased tolerance to drought and water use efficiency. That's why we choose another xerophytic perennial plant, crested wheatgrass and standard wheatgrass for forage, for ornamental and anti-erosion purposes.
Sorry for interrupting you. Could you summarize your results in some more minutes? We have limiting time.
Okay, from this species, Bulgaria has the first Bulgarian variety for Europe even. It's not known. After Romania has registered variety from this species, which are very drought resistant and very long-lasting, more than 10 years in meadows. You can follow a description of variety Svejina and also description of variety Morava from this species. In next slide, I just show flow cytometer as a new technique for flow determination, and we have these characteristics of all mentioned Bulgarian variety. And last 3 years, we make comparative study of our variety in comparison with Belgian European variety, also Bulgarian ecotypes, Romanian variety. And you can see after cluster analysis, nested design, that our variety obtain first position for seed production and for dry matter yield. After this result, I will mention during this long period for breeding, we fulfill 2 agreements for scientific technical cooperation, bilateral cooperation between Institute of Forage and Grassland Science in Heilongjiang Academy of Agriculture Science in China, with participation of Professor Chen Zhongbao, Professor Jordan Petkov with Bulgarian origin but working in this academy, and also Professor Jan Jumei. From our side, Institute of Forage Crops, Professor Kirill and Anelia Katova as the leader of this agreement and project. During this 10 years period, we exchange research visits, plant materials, educational course for Chinese scientific PhD students for grass breeding and technology in our institute, and also give lectures during workshops in Harbin Academy of Agriculture. I come to the conclusions, not to mention again name of variety, but 8 variety of 6 different perennial grass species were developed for 56 years period. This variety, you know, has valuable characteristics. I do not mention again. Just at the end, I want to say that our institute maintains the registered variety and produce pre-basic and basic seeds. Original seed samples from this perennial grass variety are presented and enter long storage of Bulgarian National Plant Genetics Bank in Sadovo, also in Harbin in China. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I'm at your disposal. At the end, thank you for invitation to participate in such a high-level global conference for a celebration of 10 years collaboration. Thank you once more.
Thank you very much. Now, as the time is advancing, I would like to propose you to continue our discussion during the coffee break, and thus to provide a chance to the second session to happen in this previous program that is provided here. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation.
How long is coffee break? Just fixed coffee break, 15 minutes? Or?
Yes, 15 minutes, I think.
I am Kravrin Bashev, and I have this pleasure to be a moderator for the second session. And I know everybody is busy, and therefore I would ask everybody to stick in time, because there are so many presentations, interesting presentations, and we only have 8 minutes per presentation. So I'll be very strict in order to have some time for Q&A in the end. First, we'll give the floor to our presenter from China, because because of the time differences, it's too late there. And I think everybody will show respect. I already talked with some of the presenters. Anze, do you have connections with Anze? Okay. Anze,
yeah.
Please present yourself, and you have 8 minutes.
Okay, I will.
Floor is yours.
Have a quick talk. So, could you see my screen now?
We don't see your screen now. Please share your screen. Now it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Okay, so I will begin now. Good afternoon, my distinguished experts from the CEE countries. First, I have to say that thank you for the opportunity. It's a pity that I could not go to Bulgaria and talk to you face to face. So my name is Anze Liang from Shanghai Jiaodong University. I'm a PhD candidate now. My major is mainly about rural ecology and rural revitalization. Actually, my supervisor and my research group have been in close collaboration with the Institute of Agricultural Economics, Sofia, and the Agricultural University of Plovdiv. And we conducted joint research in the last few years. So today I will share with you part of what we did in the last. So my topic is the comprehensive evaluation and optimization of rural settlements in Bulgaria and the climate change, a case study of the Trace region. So the topic will be divided into 4 parts. First, I will introduce some of the investigation on Bulgarian rural settlements. Then we conducted an evaluation index system before we evaluated these rural settlements. And last, I will share with you some optimization strategies and climate change. So we mainly focused on 6 aspects of rural Bulgarian villages, including their distributions and industries, their scales and population, spatial forms and layouts, road and courtyard, vegetation information, and last, architecture and culture. So the pictures here are showing how we did the research in Bulgaria. We chose them mainly around the Plovdiv region. Concerning their topography, altitude, and industry structure, we totally chose 16 villages. Actually, we additionally did another 9 rural settlements, but results here are not shown here. So these are the satellite pictures and the overview of the total 16 villages. And their scale mainly ranged from 20 to 100 hectares, and their population is about 4,000. So the picture shows the relationship between the population per hectare and the population among 16 rural settlements. And we can see most of them concentrate among these, the red box part. So in terms of their spatial forms, we categorized into 5 types. The first one is farmland river, which means they are located on the plateau with wide rivers and large agricultural land. And the second one is called surrounding farmland. Similarly, it's on plateau, but without rivers. It is all surrounded by farmland. And the third one is farmland forest located on the hill with large agricultural land and forests nearby. So 6 of the total rural settlements are categorized into this type. And the fourth one we call mountain ladder. Literally, they are on the mountains, and the architecture within the villages are built in the increasing altitude, looking like a ladder. And the last one is mountain river. They are mostly located on the valley of the mountains. Villages mainly run with large water body in the valley. And we also investigated the architecture for walls of buildings. Warm color are mainly chosen, like the brick red, light yellow. For the stairs, most of them have 2 to 3 stairs, and some are outdoors. So these are the information about the courtyard. We categorize them into 5 types. They are U-shaped, L-shaped, I-shaped, zigzag, and irregular, like shown in the picture. So we also did some research on the roads of the Bulgarian villages. There are 4 types: grid, radial, free, and mixed structural forms. Besides, for the vegetation information, we found that plants with economic and ornamental values are mostly dominated in rural Bulgaria, and the deciduous broadleaf are the most common plant communities. So these are some information about the public green space. 11 of 16 rural villages in Bulgaria have at least 1 public green space. Their per capita surface area is lower than 10 meters square. For the cultural resources, we think each has cultural centers and church, festivals, and most has museums, historical sites, and natural cultures, such as wine, yogurt, rose oil, spring, and rocks and falls. So to comprehensively evaluate the rural settlements in Bulgaria, we constructed an evaluation system. We choose 4 criteria index. They are spatial layout, architecture, ecological landscape, and culture. And totally 18 indicators are shown here. And after that, we give them different weights to each value, to each indicator, and got the outcome of our evaluations. So we can see from this table that Hesaya and Ita are the best. They are in grade 1, and the Kochevo performs worst in grade 5. So for the grade 1, they mostly have outstanding endowments, such as spring resources and heritages. For grade 2, 5 villages belong to this type. And they have diverse cultural resources and great potentials in spatial forms and architecture resources. For the level 3, they mainly live on the architecture with high potential in cultural resources, but they are lack of landscape resources. As to level 4, similar to the last one, they are lack of the outstanding unique resources, and cultural resources are underdeveloped. So for the last one, grade 5, Kochevo, it is
you have 1 minute.
Yeah, relatively small, and the buildings are mostly abandoned. And then we analyzed the relationship of industry types and grades of the villages. We found that those with primary industries are graded lower than those with secondary and tertiary industries. And so we also put forward some optimization strategies and climate change. They are incorporating climate change into plan of the villages, like combining with geography, soil, hydrology, and biodiversity. And these are some details. This is all for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hans. A great
Thank you for your
presentation.
time.
So now we are going to the next presenter, Professor Gilyanov. Please, you have 8 minutes, and I'm sure you'll do your best. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the organization of this nice event. And I will try from here. Yeah, okay. Последно, да. So, my presentation is related to 10 years of something that is a little bit different from the things that you have already discussed in the first meeting. I come from AgroBio Institute in Sofia, and I will show you our collaboration with the Institute of Botany of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So, we work together for these 10 years, especially on the climate change and environmental stress for agriculture and all the plants all over the world. So, climate change is a global challenge, but as you know, we should think globally but act locally. How we see the global warming, we dreamed that it could happen, that everything will be okay with us, but unfortunately the situation is like this, and it is increasingly challenging not only for the countries that are in Africa and Asia, but also in Southern Europe. So that's why we started to think what are the changes that are challenging for us. It's completely different story from, let's say, 20 or 30 years ago, and that's why we decided that we should go and find model plants that are somehow mentally prepared, if you can say such thing for a plant, to face the global change. And in this respect, we find a small group that are called resurrection plants. These are plants that you can find in different parts of the world, and they belong to different botanical families, but nevertheless they have one and the same trait. They can withstand long periods of desiccation, of almost full desiccation, and then to recover very fast when the water is coming again. Luckily, such plants you can find both on the Balkans, but also in China. And it is very interesting that only on the Balkans and in China we have one and the same families, plants that share one and the same botanical family. So that's how it happened that we find a collaboration with colleagues from this institute of Botany. To be honest, we didn't met at the beginning. We didn't know each other in face, but nevertheless we were quite successful in exchanging ideas, and that's why we were successful in having the first project that was funded by the Ministry of Education of China and also by Bulgarian National Science Fund. And as a result of this joint collaboration, we had 2 very good papers, which are in total with impact factor of more than 10. So if you if you think about the money that were invested in such study, this is very, very nice result. But moreover, we continued our collaboration and we were successful in gaining another project that is running in the moment. And that is a good background for already not only fundamental studies, but also to go directly to try to improve the desiccation tolerance of crop plants, which is very, very important and could be achieved only if you have a great collaboration, not only because Bulgaria is a relatively small country, but at the same time, when you have good connections with the great Chinese science, everything could be possible. So that's why we are doing our research together and trying to establish innovative ways of improving the crop tolerance to abiotic stresses. So that's all. That is a very quick presentation. Here you see the members of the Chinese team, and here are the members of our team in AgroBio Institute. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Zhilyanov. As always, great presentation.
Thank you.
So I'll give the floor to our next presenter, Professor Nikola Zhivlak. Is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So you have the floor, 8 minutes.
Okay, sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to be brief as well. It's a pleasure to be here today and to share some results of our research. I'll try to be very brief, and hopefully it will be within 8 minutes. May I just have the laser to change the slides, or how it works? Okay. Okay, fine. No. Yeah. Okay, so here what we did, I come from, I work for MBA Business School in France, but we have campus in Shanghai. So I'm in Shanghai for last around 15 years, and of course at the same time, because I'm from Serbia, I work very much with our Belt and Road Institute. Professor Lalis this morning introduced for the ones who were at the opening ceremony. So here was one research that I did with one student of mine. We wanted to see the effect of Belt and Road Initiative on resilience and sustainability of agri-food industry, supply chain, this industry. So basically, we know that agri-food supply chain is very important. We still have around 12% of world population who don't have access to food as much as they need. At the same time, predictions is that we are going to have something like 10 billion people until 2050. So, of course, very important topic to address. I don't need to mention this. Of course, at the same time, any supply chain is complex and important, but when it comes to food, it's even more important to talk about sustainability and resilience. So there are many studies done on different topics, but here we wanted to make connection between Belt and Road Initiative and exactly this type of challenges in the supply chain. When it comes to our Belt and Road Initiative, we know that it's based on the 5 pillars that we always mention, and those 5 pillars are something that talking about infrastructure, policy coordination, talking about trade, financial integration, and the end people-to-people bonds. We know also that there are many corridors over there. I don't want to mention this too much because we discussed that and some other researchers show similar maps. At the beginning we talked about Belt and Road, even it was called OBOR, One Belt, One Road, but then later actually we talk about 6 additional corridors that go to initially to connect Asia with Europe to make interaction between Eurasian continent. And then, of course, we have the route going to Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and the one that covers Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar. So there are many, many projects there. I'm going to mention some of them that are related to our topic. We also learned this morning that we are talking about 149 countries now. It's a huge portion of the world, and actually is the largest initiative, the largest group of countries after United Nations, if you put it this way. When it comes to Europe, of course, it was 16, then 17, now 14. Let's see how it goes, but definitely Central East Europe and China Cooperation Mechanism is part of Belt and Road Initiative, even though it's older 2 years than Belt and Road Initiative itself. So here, for our research, what we wanted to do is to see the consequence on Belt and Road on agri-food supply chains, resilience and sustainability. Here, of course, we have a lot of literature review. We analyzed sustainability concept, resilience concept, agri-food supply chain. We don't have too much time to go into these details, but just very briefly, if talking about Belt and Road countries, many of them actually have problem with the food supply. At the same time, when talking about farming, we know that 35% of farms are based in China, and China has extensive experience in modern agriculture. So there are some signs that there is connection between these two. At the same time, we are talking about developing countries, and many of them are actually having population below the poverty line. So definitely food is very important. So we are just having definitely evidences that there are some linkages. Our research methodology was, besides secondary data, we did something like, I think, 17 interviews with different experts from China, Africa, Asia, Europe, to see, to get the whole picture. And at the same time, we took data on finances of Belt and Road, on sustainability, as well as projects that are done from different sources. So what we found out is that, and of course maybe you know that even before going deeply into research, there's a huge need for building infrastructure around the world. We have, in the next 20 years, we're going to have something like $15 trillion lack of investment in infrastructure. So obviously there's huge space for Belt and Road Initiative. So for those ones who are maybe against the initiative itself, there's a question who else can actually build and who can meet this need for creating this massive infrastructure. At the same time, we have many factors, many variables that are influencing this supply chain. We could see also during the global pandemics. We have climate factors, we have factors related to, again, infrastructure and connectivity. So what's important here, you can see how complex this agri-food supply chain is, starting from farmers or producers, all the way, they say, from farm to the plate, you know, all the way there. There are multiple factors influencing this supply chain, and it's very difficult to manage all the, especially external factors. That is why, again, we have to notice that many Belt and Road countries do have large agricultural land, but their productivity is very low. Big space for improvement there again. And hopefully Belt and Road Initiative can influence this. So overall, we found definitely that there's a huge linkage between the global agri-food supply chain and Belt and Road Initiative. We found that there's a lot of work to be done in this field. Again, when it comes to sustainability, honestly speaking, Belt and Road Initiative projects are not always very sustainable ones, because still the cost is a very big factor. The speed and the necessity, the huge demand for creating those projects actually makes Chinese side not always thinking about sustainability. But actually, if you look at the chart at the bottom, there's a big hope, because there are more and more projects on sustainable energy and on solar hydropower, which is very good. So slowly, China itself is moving more into green projects, so that also reflects Belt and Road Initiative. For them, the first obvious choice was to develop more of these type of projects in China itself, but then of course now it's going into other Belt and Road countries. Here I listed some projects that are related to the water supply. You can see that there are dams in Cambodia, Myanmar, also in Africa. Ethiopia, Djibouti water pipeline, very famous one. So they do invest in this type of projects. Okay, I'll be very quick. When it comes to the energy, there are other projects here, Pakistan, Uganda, Azerbaijan. You can see that there are many. Here also I listed, we did research on Belt and Road related food investments. So you can see here many European, Central East Asian countries, including also Southeast Asia. There are many companies that invest in this. So this is definitely a huge part of Belt and Road Initiative. I'm going very quickly because of the time, but we can talk later. We'll be here whole day. So for the ones who are interested, we can always discuss. Apparently, what's the result of our research? When it comes to sustainability, Belt and Road Initiative has both positive and negative effects due to different types of projects. But when it comes to the resilience of agri-food supply sector, definitely Belt and Road Initiative has only positive effects. And definitely China can help all these countries on the Belt and Road Initiative to make supply chains that are much more resilient due to infrastructure, due to all the expertise that they have, and due to huge number of investments. Here you can see during the COVID what was happening on the around the world when it comes to time of transportation, cost of transportation. Just recently, a few weeks ago, we do have some decrease in pricing. Previous 3 years, we had constant increase and prices were skyrocketing, and we could see that the whole world is actually influenced on that supply chain that's connected to China. So as a conclusion, very last conclusion is that we need to think about these things. Agri-food supply chain is very important, very necessary to pay attention to, and we should definitely look at further topics related to the Belt and Road Initiative. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nicola. Excellent presentation. So I hope there will be some questions to your presentation. That's why I try to give more time for discussions. Now it's my great pleasure to give the floor to Nikolaya Velcheva. You have 8 minutes. Microphone? Do you need microphone or not?
Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to present our results in context of development of plant genetic resources collections and associated passport information through bilateral projects between Bulgaria and China. I am a researcher in the Institute of Plant Genetic Resources in Sadovo, part from Agricultural Academy. The geographical, climate and ecological condition of Bulgaria are similar to some of the regions of northern China. This is one of the main reasons for the successful acceptability of the achieved scientific results from joint research projects in the area of agriculture. Our aim is to study the evaluation of development of collections through implementation of bilateral projects between Bulgaria and China, as well as some new priorities for cooperation. According to FAO report, the genetic diversity of Bulgaria is preserved in 19 research institutes in the Agricultural Academy. Our institute is a focal point in the European program on plant genetic resources, and also in our institute is situated the National Seed Gene Bank. Well-organized data management is one of the main conditions for future development of gene bank collections. According to the Plant Genetic Resources Strategy for Europe, the main activities are focused on collecting of plant genetic resources, sustainable gene bank collection maintenance, documentation, evaluation, characterization, making, expanding the use of plant genetic resources. These are our partners from China, with whom we are making international free exchange of germplasm, Institute of Crop Science in Beijing, Institute of Horticulture in Harbin, and Shanghai Botanical Garden. These are the list. This is the list of our projects. Nowadays, we have one project with China, with Jinbank in Beijing. It is focused on collection and evaluation of germplasm of legume crops. And these are some photos from collection missions in Bulgaria, conducted by bilateral projects with China. This is the structure of our enrichment of collections with local Bulgarian origin. With the highest number of accessions, we have triticum, onion, cucurbits, and tomato. These are the regions which we invented by bilateral projects between Bulgaria and China. Also, database for in situ conservation was made. During the period 2008-2012, the bilateral projects, the collection in Jinbank in Sadovo were enriched with more than 100 accessions with Chinese origin. With the highest number of accessions are sorghum, bean, tomato, cabbage, and pepper. These are some photos with local Chinese accession which we have in our Jinbank collection. We also exchanged some work visit between Bulgaria and China. Also, according to the cooperation between Agricultural Academy and China, during the period 2015-2016, the researchers from our institute and researchers from Agricultural Academy attended in several seminars in China. And the conclusions are that although Bulgaria has achievements in collection of local varieties and crop wild relatives, there are a large number of unexplored territories rich with land rises, and our collaboration with Chinese partner will be successful in future too. Regarding the access and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for crop breeding and sustainable agriculture, we are open for collaboration in new projects and trainings with Chinese research organization focused on documentation and digitalization of conserved plant biodiversity. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nikolaya. Very good cooperation with China, very interesting research results. Now I'll give the floor to Dr. Saranovic and team, so they'll join. They are here. Okay, the floor is yours. 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. So, dear organizers, dear audience, thank you for accepting my publication and giving me opportunity to present our work, because I'm not by my own on this paper. On this paper is also former Bosnian ambassador to China, Borislav Maric, Director of Investment and Development Bank of Republic of Srpska, Dražen Vrhovac, and one Director of Prep Fund, Miloš Grujic. So, I will skip introduction because we don't have much time, and this information we have heard from the presenters and the presentation that came before mine. So, I will speak on the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina and 16+1 initiative mechanism. The 16+1 mechanism is a platform for promoting the initiative Belt and Road and a way of implementing infrastructure projects, among which the most important is the travel, trade and communication networking of the countries of Central and Eastern Europe. People's Republic of China entered the Balkans and European market through the port of Piraeus in Greece. People's Republic of China is important trading partner of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The intensification of cooperation in all areas between of the People's Republic of China and Bosnia and Herzegovina and other Southeastern European countries came in 2012 with the establishment of the mechanism 17+1, or at that time 16+1. Now, as we heard and we all know, 14+1 because Baltic states went out. And in 2013 with the launch of the Belt and Road Initiative. I must say that we will see in data that since we entered this mechanism, our GDP and export and import with China has risen a huge percentage. In 2015, the city of Prijedor signed a protocol on cooperation with the Chinese city of Ningbo in the fields of economy, education and tourism. Regarding the Chinese side, believes in cooperation between the two countries should also take the place through cities, provinces in People's Republic of China and entities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So, when it comes to imports and exports, which I have thought of a few minutes earlier, according to the data of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina, trade of economic relations of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the People's Republic of China is one of the countries from which Bosnia and Herzegovina imports the largest amount of goods, and the coverage of imports by exports is very low. So, like most of the countries who trade with China. As we see, at 2012 we have signed the agreement and entered in the mechanism, and the data in 2021, the data for 2022 isn't yet completed, so it is trend that's going down. You can see that our exports and imports have risen after that assignment. You can see how much is that on this chart, and I must say that regarding infrastructure projects in the Western Balkans and in Old Belt and Exim Bank is one which covers the Belt and Road all infrastructure projects, and it is like this in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They cover 80 to 85% of the project capital, while the rest is financed by recipient state. Regarding to this, in March 2019, Bosnian lawmakers approved a $1 billion loan in dollars from a development lender from Beijing for the expansion of the Tuzla Block 7 power plant in Tuzla, which is one of the biggest cities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that investment was one of the largest after the war. I will speak about any others projects in Bosnia and Herzegovina that came from this mechanism 16+1. The construction of the private thermal power plant Stanari near Doboj. I must say that all went to energetic sector and a little bit goes to railways or highways. The construction of the private thermal power plant Stanar near Doboj in the Republic of Srpska, the project worth about 550 million euros, which is owned by the EFT company of Vuk Hamović, a businessman from Serbia, with headquarters in London. EFT Group invested about 30% of its own funds, and the rest is the loan from China Development Bank of 350 million euros. The project of Banja Luka Prijedor, the Prijedor is the city from where I come from, and the city that has signed down that agreement with Ningbo from China, and is like about 42 kilometers, and the value of the project is about 300 million euros. The main construction it will start in Prijedor, so we will have the best opportunity to make our local GDP bigger. So the project of the Dabar hydroelectric power plant in Eastern Herzegovina, worth around 250 million euros, is in the process. The hydropower plant is owned by Elektroprivreda Republic of Srpska, and after taking the facilities, the Dabar hydroelectric power plant will start repaying the loan in a period of no less than 50 years. This is one more thing about these Chinese loans and investment in infrastructure. Their loans are repaying a long period after the construction. So if we are on the doors of European Union for 20 years and we are asking for some help for infrastructure projects, you will see who is entering the door. Block 7 of the Tuzla thermal power plant is in the process. The financing of the project was arranged through a loan from the Export-Import Bank, as I said prior, Exim Bank of China, of around 640 million euros for the construction of Block 7 of the Tuzla thermal power plant. And the total value of the project is 722 million euros. In 2022, it is the most fresh project. An agreement was signed on a direct Chinese investment worth 50 million euros for the construction of the factory of gypsum boards and gypsum products in Ugljavik that will employ 100 workers. The Chinese company participated in the investment with 90%. So, our work is based on the impact on competitiveness and GDP. We are looked down the export, import, and GDP. So, import and GDP. The first basic year is the last year that we had data, and the 15th observation is the last year that we had data for the trends only, to not thinking that we are going down, we are going up with China. I will I don't have time to talk about all what I have planned. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation and gave out some very good insights. Maybe there will be some questions. You did very great job. Now it's turn to give the floor to Vasil Stoichev. He'll present a paper of a team from Institute of Agricultural Economics, 8 minutes.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Vasil Stoichev. I'm a PhD student in the Institute of Agricultural Economics. I will present you the results of an bilateral project between Institute of Agricultural Economics, which is part of Bulgarian Academy of Agriculture, and our colleague from Shanghai Jiu Tong University. The term of the study was between 2017 to 2018. The name of the project is Approach for Studying the Role of Tourism for Rural Development Study in Bulgaria. The team is as follows: Associated Professor Božidar Ivanov, Professor Hrabrin Bachev, he's here, myself, and our colleagues from China, Professor Shengwen Che, Professor Xin Hu, PhD student Anze Liang, and Dr. Ling Wang. So the goal of our research is to apply adopted IDAT model. The model is Identification, Driving Forces, Actions, and Deliverables. And based on that model, to estimate the performance and development of tourism in chosen rural areas. We use methodology and particular indicators related to Bulgarian tourist municipalities, Hisari and Strelcha. So here is the name of the project, which is a little bit different from the name of the presentation, Comparing Study of Rural Ecology and Cultural Resources Preservation and Tourism Sustainable Development between China and Bulgaria, funded by Bulgarian Science Fund. The objects of the research is, as I said, the two regions, Strelcha and Hisaria, which was chosen because they allow to define how successfully the tourist resources have been used and how to rank the attained tourism level and what are the possibilities for the further growth and increase of the rural tourism. Most of the data for the analysis is field survey data, synthesized in coefficients illustrating the tourism situation. Coefficients are the average duration of stay, cluster concentration, type of cluster concentration, and tourism valence. Both municipalities are in the southern Bulgaria. Both municipalities are rural predominantly and are neighboring. And they have also a lot of common features to create recreational tourism. Especially the both municipalities has thermal springs that can, and water there can be used for heating, and it can be integrated with other cultural and historical opportunities. Regarding the therapeutic mineral water, Hisaria is better. Hisaria has a bigger number of springs, and they have a bigger flow. This is our applied methodology, how it was applied step by step. Rural challenges, identification of rural challenges, driving forces related to rural environment, rural pilot we find rural pilot resources. What action can be taken regarding investment and development, and what are the deliverables and impact strategy. So I will just mention the coefficients, won't go down point by point. So here are the coefficients of average duration of stay and coefficient of route presented. Here is presented coefficients of tourism concentration and coefficient of territorial concentration. Especially the last one we need in order to establish the clusters, where the situated the clusters, or is there any? So the result about coefficients of average overnight stay. In the red is the coefficients for Hisaria municipality, and you can see that in Hisaria municipality the average overnight stay is higher than in Strelcha municipality, and also that after 2011 it's almost on the same level, while for Strelcha it's increased in the last years of the study from 2014. But basically, this result can be explained because Hisaria is more prominent, between Bulgarians. The coefficient of tourism routes shows that again in red is the coefficient for Hisaria. So the coefficient for Hisaria is better than the coefficient for Strelcha, but it's not so different indeed. The average tourist visits around two sites. The results for tourist concentration. So coefficients of tourist concentration for Strelcha shows that there are 11 tourist sites, more prominent tourist sites, and around 4.5% 80% of all visits can be are part of this tourist cluster. Indeed, the most important are 7 tourist sites. Okay, I'm finishing. The coefficient of tourist concentration for Hisaria, it's a bigger one. It has it's a prominent town from Roman times, so we have 17 tourist sites. And here it's lower for Hisaria, but it's also for the cluster there are 7 tourist sites, and we can explain this partially because there are many people who are going there who are in the third age and are going there just for healing, not for tourism as we know it. The coefficients for territorial concentration, so we can say that for Strelcha it's 60 kilometers and it's compatible for clustering for 9 sites. Coefficient for territorial concentration for Hisaria, it's for 19 tourism sites, it's 224 kilometers. And if we apply this concentration, it's regarding 15 of these 19 sites. And the conclusions, tourism and tourism development are becoming a sector with potential to create value and generate economic activity using local cultural, historical, natural and agricultural resources. And it has a great potential for increasing of adding value to local economy. The applied methodology facilitates to explore the tourism performance and to compare the tourist development. Through the selected indicators and coefficient is proceeded with the delineation of tourism clusters in the 2 regions, the 2 municipalities, and the disadvantage of the methodology is the need to collect a significant amount of field data. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Vasil. Great job.
In the end, this is the number of the project that was funded by our
Okay, thank you very much. I give the floor to Arta. Excuse me, the name is very difficult. Hicks. Okay, I'm very sorry. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, until he will start, my name is Arta Jamali. I come from Center for Security Analysis and Prevention, which is based in Prague, Czech Republic, so it's a think tank. Originally, I'm from Kosovo, so I always wanted to understand how China is cooperating with Central and Eastern Europe, because as we know, if we take an analysis, we see that China is cooperating with all the countries in Western Balkans, excluding Kosovo. So the paper that will be published later, because I just submitted the abstract, which will be finished by the end of this month. So I will talk about China's influence in the CEEC, the relation and its impact for the region. So the paper outline that will be presented, okay, this is not working. Now it's working. So it will be covering four sections. The first one that I was always interested to know how the China is cooperating with the region was the trade. The second point that I saw that it's very common is also Chinese foreign influence in the Central and Eastern Europe. Then there was another interesting point that I was always interested to know, how is the European Union taking the cooperation and the footprint that China has in this region. So it will have a bit of a geopolitical perspective, since also it's my field and interest. So, and in the end, it will have a conclusion with main 4 points. So we all know that China is currently Central and Eastern Europe's most important trading partner, and also is it's a very influential when it comes to the investments regarding the economic perspective, foreign direct investment, import and export. So I will not go into the details about importing and exporting with each country, because we all know that it has a major impact, and I have also a limited time. So I will I will go directly to the area of interest. So for me, I decided to analyze the telecommunication because it's something that China also is improving or having established in the Central and Eastern Europe, especially in the Western Balkans. Then we talk about employment, machinery, energy, and infrastructure. For infrastructure, we all know that it's investing a lot of money to have buildings of railways, bridges, and high roads. So this is very important and is one of the major top areas of interest for China in the region. Then I'm going to talk about foreign policy. In the foreign policy, I divided 3 main points. China has bilateral relations, multilateral relations with each of the countries that are part of the region. When I talk about bilateral relations, is for example that with each country it has separated policies, recommendation, and money investments. And about One China policy, it's that we know that each country that cooperates with China has to obey or to be respectful to the agreement that they have between each other. And multilateral relations, it's also, for example, common for the Visegrad countries that China does a lot of investments. Then the other is, I will talk about the factor of the Chinese influence in the region and how is the European Union perceiving. So we are seeing that the economic engagement with Central and Eastern Europe started from the economy, but there are a lot of discussion going on what is the impact that this cooperation will have for the whole region. So there are a lot of discussion, research papers that are perceiving the cooperation between China and the CEEC region as something that it's having impact for the political engagement and political influence. But in the other hand, the European Union, we all know, it's not always willing to cooperate with the region or giving the money, investments that is needed for developing and enhancing the economic development of the whole region. So in this case, the geopolitical perspective that I try to analyze is the heartland theory, because for the European Union, the Central and Eastern Europe is very important because of its connections. So when you have two foreign players, such as one foreign player such as China, having its footprints, it's not always perceived from the European Union as a good perspective, because they want to have this domination, or we can say cooperation, better than they have with China. But in the end, we cannot point fingers to others, because the challenging factor of the EU regarding the Chinese economic presence is perceived as we all know, that they will invest a lot, and it's not the fault of Central and Eastern Europe that they don't accept, because the cooperation with China is a positive and is bringing good practices for the region. First, because it is a good example of how cooperation can develop when economies are complementary and not competitive. And secondly is because it has given voice to smaller economies of the region that feared being left out of the occasion due to their small size. So this is other 2 main points that we can add, that why the cooperation with China is beneficial for both sides. And then we have this who supports who. So we all know that when we talk about the European Union and China's relation, they also are trading partners. But when it comes to regard to the CEEC countries, we have some countries that are part of the initiative, but that are not always prone or keen when they come to cooperation with China. But the countries that are more prone to cooperation with China, we can, for example, summarize them as Hungary, Serbia, Czech Republic, and Poland. The countries that do cooperate but not euphoric in the terms of maybe trade investments or foreign policy, we have Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Slovenia, Croatia, and Lithuania, Romania, and Macedonia, but Lithuania is a different story. Then we have less euphoric to cooperate with China, which are the case of Western Balkan countries, that we have Albania, Montenegro, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. But still, it doesn't mean that they do not cooperate or they are shifting side to European Union or to China, but it means that they are still cooperating, and it depends of how much investments they are getting and how many projects are still ongoing. So what is the impact? This is the conclusion. I had made it in 4 points. The China's economic influence in Central and Eastern Europe is growing. This is evident when we talk about the foreign direct investments, the trade. Then, however, the second point is that countries in the region are not growing economically closer to China. They are becoming geopolitically aligned with Beijing. This is open for discussion. I mean, it's based on other research paper that I digged in it. And then the third point is that the region presents an important connection between East and West that is beneficial, as I mentioned, for China and Europe. And in the end, the paper concludes that the 16+1 initiative allows China to increase its political and economic influence by working on the advantages and providing good practices in the CEEC. So regarding of all of the points that I mentioned, I would like to emphasize that the cooperation with China is beneficial and it should continue for the whole region, because in the end, good investment and enhancing the economic cooperation will be beneficial not only for the economical part, but also for internal development of countries, which we, as a region, we need. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you, Arta. Great presentation. Now, the next presenter is Karel Charvat. He's here. No. So the last presenter is Professor Natalia Atanasova-Panchevska. The floor is yours. 8 minutes.
It's okay? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So the title of my presentation is Soil Bacillus Species, a potent cell factory for antimicrobials against phytopathogens. So, plants are affected by different microorganisms during their growth, and many plant diseases are caused by phytopathogens microorganisms, which greatly determine the quality of plant production. So, plant pathogens that cause plant disease reduce the grower's ability to produce crop and can infect almost all types of plants. So, there are around 200 species of phytopathogens microorganisms, and almost all of them are parasites within the plant, on its surface, in plant debris, or in the soil directly. Plant pathogens cause 20 to 40% crop yield losses annually. So, knowing how pathogens go through their disease cycles is important in developing managing strategies. So, the first one is inoculation, then penetration in a plant, infection, causing of disease, reproduction of pathogens, and dispersal of these microorganisms. What is the definition of biological control of plant diseases? This is the use of microorganisms to reduce or prevent infection of plant by a pathogen. So, why use biological control? We mostly use chemical pesticides, but they implicated in ecological, environmental, human health problems. They require yearly treatments, and they also have a broad spectrum, so they are toxic to both beneficial and pathogenic species of microorganisms. Biological control agents, or biopesticides, are non-toxic to human. They are with no water contaminant concern. They once colonized and may last for years, so they are cost effective, and they are host specific, so only affects one or few species of pathogen microorganisms. In this slide, I try to show the advantages and disadvantages of use of chemical pesticides and biopesticides. So, advantages of use chemical pesticides are easy of utilization, effectiveness, and controlled industrial production, but they also produce pollution of air, water, and soil. Their toxicity is also disadvantage, and they cause resistant phenomena. Biopesticides, they have no exhibit some pollution. They have no toxicity, and they also no resistant phenomenon. But they show more complex utilization and complex industrial production. In this slide, there is some bacterial strains reported as biocontrol agents against plant pathogen microorganisms, and this is some fungal strains which is also reported as biological agents. So mode of action of biocontrol is two types of mode, direct and indirect. So I skip this slide. And this mode can be by four mechanisms. Antibiosis, this is inhibition of one organisms by another as a result of diffusion of antibiotics. So in this picture, I show some microorganisms. They produced secondary metabolite as antimicrobials. Also, the second mechanism is destructive mycoparasitism. This is with direct contact. This is utilization of pathogens as source nutrient. The third mechanism is competition. Competition between two or more microorganisms for space, food, etc., etc. And the fourth mechanisms is induced systematic resistance. Some microbial metabolites are able to induce resistance in plants, like ethylene, salicylic acid, acetyl salicylic acid, amino acid derivatives, etc., etc. So there are 5 methods of biocontrol applications. One is seedling dip method, soil drench, foliar spray, irrigation drips, and seed treatment. So, which is requirements of successful biocontrol agents? They should be highly effective. They should be able to compete and persist, to colonize and proliferate, to be non-pathogenic to host plant and environment, inexpensive, able to produce in large quantities, to produce in biomass with excellent shelf life, and delivery and application must permit full expression of the agent. So, the genus Bacillus is rod-shaped, gram-positive aerobic or facultatively anaerobic catalase-positive bacterium, and due to their capability to form endospores, their resistance to environmental conditions, and they are omnipresent in a wide range of habitats. Bacillus species represent the predominant soil and rhizosphere bacteria, and they are up to 95% of the gram-positive bacterial population in soil. Also, they are among the most widespread endophytic bacteria. So, why use Bacillus species as biological agents? Because most species of Bacillus are considered safe. Also, they produce secondary metabolites with antibiotic properties. Also, they are offering antagonistic environment to the pathogens. They had ability to promote the growth of the plant through effects on nutrition, root architectures, and health of the plant, and they are among the most widespread bacteria found to colonize plants. So these bacteria are preferred for commercialization for the ability to produce extremely tolerant endospore, and they maintain viability and can be easily formulated. So commercial bacillus-based preparation contain some beneficial strains like Bacillus subtilis, amyloliquefaciens, Bacillus pumilus, licheniformes, Megatherium, Velezensis, Bacillus cereus, some strains of them, and Bacillus thuringiensis. This is some antimicrobial compounds produced by Bacillus species. This is the mode of actions against 8 plant pathogens and bacteria plant pathogens. So as a conclusions, we can say that numerous agriculture crops are infected by various pathogen microorganisms because of serious environmental and health problems. Widespread synthetic pesticides have been created in the world, so we have to search alternative approach to control these phytopathogenic microorganisms. Biocontrol is a significant strategy to control the pest in an eco-friendly way without affecting fauna and flora, and Bacillus species represent environmentally friendly strategy for crop production improvement. But all the possibilities to use Bacillus species for disease incidence reductions and crop production improvement are well known. Their application is not a widespread practice. So thank you for your
Thank you,
attention.
Natalia. Great presentation. We heard very interesting presentation and so diversified topic. We have 15 minutes for discussion. Please be brief for your questions or comments. And just raise a hand if you want to take a... No, there are no more presenters. No, I don't see in the program. Is he here? I don't see any. I don't have in my program, if there is any presenter, he is welcome to present. Is there somebody who... No. So, I don't see raised hands, so I'll put one question. Nicola, listen carefully, because your presentation was very interesting. You don't listen now. Nicola, I have questions to you. You mentioned that projects have not been so green, your research. So I know that now this is also a priority for China. So how do you think in the future, just very briefly to give us insight, because you have very deep research in the area, so all of us want to know, because you know, as you know, in Europe, greening the policy, and I know in China also, how do you think in the future they will change priority, or it will continue business as usual?
Actually, as I mentioned, Chinese project in China are definitely more and more green in the previous decade. But on Belt and Road, there were still many projects that were having priority of speed and cost, not totally focused on green. But then I showed that chart. In the last few years, there's evidence that slowly they work on that side.
Okay, great. You feel free to put questions. You want to put some questions?
No.
Okay, it's I think too late. I don't see our colleague from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I wanted to ask him some question, but I don't see him now. Neselču. Okay, so we'll give, okay, so floor is yours. You have 8 minutes because you are in the end. 2 minutes? Okay.
Dear colleagues, dear conference organizers, thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this very important scientific event. The topic of my work, where is my presentation? I sent you my presentation. Okay, thank you. The topic of my work is management efficiency in the context of Belt and Road Initiative, and I will tell you something about conclusions of my analysis and work, measures that encourage the achievement of Belt and Road Initiative goals are Belt and Road Forums, platform for cooperation, bilateral and multilateral agreement, improvement of Chinese national policy, environmental sustainability, green and sustainable financing, and the establishment of coordination centers. And now I will tell you something about, sorry, where is that? My paper. The development of cooperation between China and initiative countries is intensive and significant for several aspects. And I want to highlight as a macroeconomist development of China national policy in segment of sustainable development, which involvement of different ministries, like Ministry of Agriculture, which awarding the examples of sustainable development. And I have different analyses, projects, in Serbia and other countries, and as I mentioned, my research topic and management of these measures is very important because the development of cooperation, as I mentioned, is intensive and significant from several aspects. And is there any problems? My research work is in the context of positive relationship and the cooperation, positive effects between cooperation and the relationship between China and countries in which included in this initiative. Thank you for your attention.
Great job. Great job, bravo.
Thank you.
We have a few more minutes if somebody wants to comment or to raise some questions. If not, I just want to first of all thank to our organizers for the great and world-class event, as already been mentioned by many participants, and it will continue tomorrow, of course. I want to thank all presenters for excellent presentations. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to discuss, but I believe in the future we'll extend our cooperation, because thanks to our organizer, we have already networks and we already have been working, and in the future I believe we'll extend our cooperation between us and with our Chinese partners. And I want to wish our foreign guests and to enjoy their time in Bulgaria, and they are always welcome to our events. I believe in the future you'll have more opportunity to visit our events. Our institutions also organize different forums. And as you know, there is a reception. Everybody is welcome for reception. If organizer want to say something, No, 8 o'clock, everybody knows it's time and place didn't change. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best, and looking forward to meeting you again in the future. Thank you very much. I wrap up our sessions. Thank you.